Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize. Because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Hey, welcome to Be the Victor Speaker Academy, where we do everything from video courses to our monthly membership. We got some personalized coaching if you're looking to start getting paid. I see a lot of you out there that are published authors or you're thought leaders and podcasters, but you're not getting paid to speak. This Be the Victor Speaker Academy is all about you. It's to help you monetize your expertise, start getting paid from school districts, colleges, and other event planners that are out there looking for your expertise. So stick around with us, watch the videos, download the downloadable documents, and check out what we got next in store for you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Well, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jackie Dozier, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and all cities over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting a fireside chat today with Mrs. Bridget Ellison. Let me tell you a little bit about Bridget. She's a marriage and family dynamics coach. She is the CEO of Team Ellison Coaching Services Limited, a Maxwell team coach, certified creativity coach and ambassador, plus a certified SYMBIS assessment facilitator. We'll talk about that later. Bridget is also a board member, executive affiliate, and mental health and addiction counselor at the Institute of Marriage and Family Affairs, USA. It's a Houston-based organization. She is also the co-founder of Character Academy, a Houston-based nonprofit organization, and is on the board of many organizations where she contributes meaningfully to projects that impact humanity. I present to you today Mrs. Bridget Ellison. Hello, Bridget.
Hello, Jackie. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing very, very well. What about yourself?
I'm good. I'm good.
Wonderful, wonderful. We're so excited to have you today to hear all about your business and what your business and how it's impacting the globe. We're bigger than just the city or the state or the United States. This is all across the globe. So, Bridget, will you greet our audience that'll be viewing you from all across the world?
Hello, world. Hello, everyone. This is Bridget Ellison. I'm joining in from Houston, Texas today. But like you know, we're all over the globe. So, hello, world.
Wonderful. Well, Bridget, we're going to dive right into our questions because I think the world needs to know about what you do and how impactful you are. My first one is this. Would you tell me and the world your name, as we said, and we already heard what your name. I gave a little bit about what you do. Is there anything else that you would like to add that maybe I missed about what it is that you do?
Okay. So basically, I am Bridget Ellison, and I'm a marriage and family dynamics coach. I help people in just a short word to enjoy their life and enjoy their marriage or relationship. So I serve as a coach in my own company called Team Ellison Coaching Services, but it's registered in Nigeria because I started back at home in Nigeria, and I've been coaching for quite some time now. And what I do basically is to help couples, individuals. I started as a personal growth coach and then found my niche in relationship and marriage and family. And I've done quite a lot back at home and starting out right now in the US, in the process of getting registered fully and making sure that I am doing my coaching business just as I started back at home.
Wonderful. And as we say in Kenya and on the coast, Karibu sana. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. So number 2, what are some of the most common challenges that you have encountered in your practice as a marriage and family dynamics coach?
Okay, so I'll take that question in two parts. First is what I see that people come to me with. People come when they have communication problems with their spouse in their relationship. People come when they have financial issues, intimacy issues. All of that is what I see in the coaching space where I do my work. And so when they come with their challenges to say, okay, this is what is happening, my husband or my spouse is not getting me, or we're having financial issues, how can we help? But most time everything boils down to communication, whether it's parenting issues they come with, is intimacy issues they come with, financial issues, everything still boils down to communication issues. Then as a coach, what have I seen? Sometimes people come, they truly have those challenges, but when you tell them, oh, these are my package, these are the costs, they're like, oh, no, I can't afford this, I can't afford that. And I tell them, when you really need help, you need to invest in yourself. And sometimes it's not when you have challenges that you invest in a marriage and family dynamics coach or somebody that is a coach in any space. It's like being on a plane and you are a pilot. You don't invest in getting a co-pilot when you are in trouble, or you get into the plane and like, oh, I'm looking for a co-pilot. You get the co-pilot before then. So sometimes you're investing in yourself to get like a checkup, the way you go for a medical checkup, you invest before then in coaches. So the challenges I've seen, people will come, oh, I don't have the money, I want to take your packages, but then they come with their own challenges where it's communication, it's finance, it's parenting, or just doing life, having their own life goals and merging it with that of their spouse. So those are some of the things I have seen people come to me with. But as a coach, where I've had challenges is people want the coaching, but sometimes, oh, I don't have the money to pay for the packages.
Yeah. Bridget, you've touched on some of the common relationship problems that you're seeing today. Why do you think they are so prevalent? Communication, lack of money, intimacy, on and on, some of the ones that you mentioned.
Okay.
Why is it so prevalent? What have you found?
Okay, what I have noticed, and then some researchers have shown, I will always say to people, it's just like going to school. You go to school, maybe kindergarten, you go for maybe 2 years, you go to junior school, you go through life going through and getting education. But when it's time for you to make the most important decision of your life, when it's time for you to get married, get into a relationship, you do not look for education, you do not look for knowledge. All you say is, I'm in love. I'm in love and it's okay. No, it's not okay. You are in love, you know yourself. But even knowing yourself, do you love yourself enough to hold on and say, who am I and who will fit in as my spouse? So I see a lot of people having issues in their marriage, having issues because they don't take time to learn, they don't take time to invest in their growth, they don't take time to invest in their personal development. And then the people they also get married to or get together with are also not growing, not learning, not knowing about themselves. So when these issues come up, the challenges come up, they don't know how to go about it. So that's why those issues are so common now, because we're not learning, we're not growing, we're not listening, and we're not also communicating in love to understand each other.
So it's a lack of knowledge, I think, is what you're saying.
Yes, basically.
Well. So if a client comes to you with a challenge, how do you go about helping them? What's usually the first thing you do in trying to get to the root of the problem so that you can help them?
Okay, so basically I have a system in place, and what I tell them is fill a form just to get their information. What is it that they want? What are the issues that they have? And what will be the outcome after having a session with me? So I'm looking at their before, I'm looking at their after. And then after that, I'll do what I call like a fit for purpose session with them to say, this is it. Some people will call it a clarity session to say, okay, what are the issues you're having? What are the challenges? So I tend to listen. I Turn to listen to their pain points. What is it? So sometimes I ask beyond just one. Okay, what are the three major challenges you faced? If it's a personal issue, okay, it's my personal life. This is what I'm going through, or it's my marriage. This is what I'm going through. So I'm like, okay, let me hear you. And then I hear it. And then based on what they feel, I send an assessment form to them. Because what you've said is one thing, then we need to do an assessment to find out if some of those things you've talked to me about, it's part of the challenges. And then we'll come up with, okay, these are the packages that you need to say, because I don't do one-off. You didn't get to the challenges that you have or to the problem that you have in one day. So I can't do a one session and it's okay. I only do one session if I've had sessions with you in the past, and then I feel, okay, we just need to talk over some things. But if we're having a proper session, at least 4 to 6 sessions is where we start from, so that we will understand this is where you're coming from. And the assessment will show these are some of the challenges you're having, and then we'll work from there.
Wow. Here's another one, probably spinning off of the one that you just, question that you just answered. What's one simple action that people can start practicing in their relationship that you believe will help them, or that you found to help them? Just the first simple action.
Okay, how can I help you? How can I serve you? Most people get into marriage to be served, and everybody's favorite topic is themselves. So for once, be selfless. How can I serve my spouse? How can I serve my husband? How can I serve my wife? And when you put yourself in that headspace of, I want to serve you, I want to love you, then you can listen to the person without bias.
Okay, can you share some of your tips that you would recommend that your clients do to help them achieve their goals?
Okay. So the first thing, basically, you're coming, it's to have a snapshot of your own life. What kind of life do you want for yourself? Leave your spouse or whoever you think is the challenge out of the equation now. Focus on you. Focus on loving you. Focus on knowing you. Do you truly know what you like? Do you truly know what you want out of life? Do you truly know where you're going to? What will your life be in 5 years, in 10 years? So what will your life be at the end of the day? Are you grateful that you are here existing? So I tell them, look at yourself. Let's leave the other person out of the way, because as it's said in Africa, when you're pointing this hand, I'm pointing my hand at Mom Jackie. The remaining 4, they're pointing to me. So look at you in the mirror and say, hey, girl, guy, what do I want out of my own life? Not what he wants, not what she wants. Look at you first, holistically, and ask yourself, why am I here? What do I want? And when you put that together, it's easy to now look at the other people.
Bridget, you and your husband have been married 22 years, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
22 years. On a more personal note, what's your mantra for enjoying your marriage?
Okay, for me, it's still service. How can I serve this man and do him good all the days of my life? How can I do him good? He's doing me good is not dependent, as in my doing him good is not dependent on if he's doing me good. Because sometimes we see marriage or a relationship as a ping pong. You know, the table tennis where you play and I serve you, you serve me. So if you serve me good, I serve you good. You serve me evil, I turn it over and give you more. No, I want to do you good. I want to leave you better than the way I met you. So I'm always in that mind frame, just thinking, yes, how do I serve you and do you good?
Give us about 3 points on how you serve your husband, Tunde.
So what I try to do on a daily basis is show him kindness. It's in the little things. It's in the little things. Just showing him kindness, my smiles, making sure that the home environment is conducive for him. He wants to come home to me. Come home, he walks in, even if there are issues out there, he comes into the house and knows that, oh, I'm here for him. So it starts with the way I welcome him into the home. So even if I'm doing things and he comes in, I need to stop and pause, like, hey, welcome, and how have you been? How is your day? And those little chit chats. And then I try to, okay, do you want something to eat? Ask and see how I can support him to settle down back at home. So those are the ways I serve. And apart from that, is I'm interested in his health, I'm interested in his business, in the work that he does, and I'm interested in him being a good husband, a good father, and being a good person generally. So I just try to support him. And when I see any information that will help him, I share as well. Okay.
You there?
Thank you. I'm here.
Okay. Bridget, what made you and your husband start this business? Give us the name again for those who may just be coming in. And why did you start the business? And what was your intent?
Okay.
Goal of your mission for the business?
Okay, it's called Team Election Coaching Services, and we are big on the complete family, helping couples enjoy their life and helping them enjoy their marriage and their family. So we have various things that we do to help them. So we actually started from just getting married and saying that nobody really told us some of the things that we were going through in our own relationship. So one day, this was like 16 years ago, we decided, let's just get some friends and talk about what young couples are facing in the marriage. You know, some is lack of intimacy, communication, temperament issue. And it was December 26th, I think it was, I'm trying to remember, 2009, I think. And so it was 2009 or so. So we got our friends together and like, let's open up and talk. Let's talk about what we're facing as young parents. You know, some of us just had children. Oh, our parents expect us to get married, have children. You know, 1 year after the marriage, you have children. But nobody's telling us the sleepless nights about having those children. Nobody's telling us that, oh, there's no manual to this child. And you need to figure it out, how to care for the child and care for yourself and care for your relationship. Because you get married, you have a child, and all of a sudden, that becomes the center of your world. You don't even have time as a couple to be together to, you know, talk anymore. Everything now is the child. And that was affecting us as a couple. And so we started with, okay, let's be like solution providers in this space where we're calling our friends. So we started with our friends and we continued. And then
on a more, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead, ma'am.
I was going to say on a more personal, let's say, what are the core values that you and your husband have, or you have as a coach in a business that really depends on people coming to you for help? So what are your core values and how do they inform the way you work with people?
Okay, so I'll just spell it. Our core values, I'll say lifts, and it's still part of my personal value. Lift is love, integrity, faithfulness, togetherness, service. So you have to love people enough to think first of the solution you're giving them before the monetary aspect. So it's the love to see them better, to see them healed in their hearts of the pain that they are carrying as a result of the relationship challenges they are having. Is the love to know that these ones are going through these challenges, they can go through it because you've gone through challenges that you went through. But the love that you know you have with your spouse and you've had with, because I am big on mentoring and coaching. I've also had people speak into my life and direct me and coach me on how to do better as a person. So that love for people, then the integrity of your words, your breath, your words are life to people. So how do you talk to them? This person is coming with hurt. Sometimes they don't even want to listen to you. They don't want to listen to whatever you're telling them to do because they are so hurt. Like, oh, this person is so mean to me. This is what I want to do. And you like, pause, listen to yourself. So the integrity of your words stands to say, no, don't do it this way. This is all the options. What do you think? Because we all have it in us. And then you're being faithful to going through, holding their hands through whatever challenges that they are going through. Then service, giving the best service to them at the end of the day to say, this is how you do it, and how do you serve humanity? How do you serve yourself? Because sometimes we forget about ourselves and we're serving others and we run empty. So start with serving yourself. If nobody's taking care of you, take care of you.
So, Bridget, how can using your service help someone to enjoy their life in marriage?
Okay. So I have shared quite a number of tips. I will start with how do you want to enjoy your life? Is in the simple things. So when you come to me and you're working with me, I am big on you enjoying your life first, because you can't give from an empty place. You have to give from a place that is full. So self-love for me is self-care. Take care of yourself. Have me time. Take care of your mind. Be grateful, because sometimes we are so big on what we don't have and we forget what we have. You have yourself. You are healthy. Start with yourself. So once you come to me,
I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish that.
Yeah, once you come to me, I put everything on you first, and then we go to your significant other, your loved one, or whoever you think is adding to your pain, and then we walk through that. But it's always about you. Your happiness depends on you. So we start with that. So I always tell people, when you come to me, I'm not just attacking the problem, because the problem is not always the problem. It's how we see the problem. So what is your perspective on what is happening? Let's start with you. So it's holistic.
Bridget, where can if someone wants personalized guidance, how do you recommend they take the next step?
Okay, I'm on social media. That is one. Right now, I'm working on my website, so I'm not going to give out the old one, because if you go there, you find out that it's not there. I'm trying to prepare for the global stage. So right now, your best bet is to meet me on any of the social media platform. I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, I'm on TikTok, and I'm working out the business to put it out there, to work on the website and put everything out there. But right now, I'm on all the social media platforms I've mentioned. You can get me there.
Give us a name of your business again, and your name as well, so they know
it's Team Eleshi Coaching Services. Team Eleshi Coaching Services Limited. It's registered in Nigeria and soon to be registered in the US.
Great. So what are some of the testimonials that your clients have shared from working with you?
There's so many testimonies. I remember this one person, when she came to me, she was really down and out and, crying, oh, our marriage is this and that. And I'm like, focus on yourself. Become your irresistible self. Become, yourself, and start taking care of yourself health-wise. Eat right, start taking care of you as a person. Make sure that, okay, even if you're working at home, make sure that you are not looking, like someone that your husband would not want to be with. What is the version of woman you want to look like? And I told her, focus on you. And she started. There was a day we were having a session and we were just talking, and she was laughing out aloud, and she was just laughing. And she said her husband was seated close by and was looking at her. And the way she was laughing, because anytime you're coming to a session, I'm like, you're not just going to be in your bathroom robe or whatever. Come to me as you are coming professionally. So dress good, look good, and let's have a conversation. And she came that way. She said that she was laughing joyfully. Her husband was looking at her. And then later, when she finished the call with me, the husband came to her like, how have you been? And they just started talking. She said that night, they had fireworks. Let me not say some other things. But this was something that had not happened in a long while. And she was like, whoa, what you've been saying, it's true. Because sometimes you work from home, your husband leaves the house, for example, and you're still in your bathroom robe. He comes back, you are still there. You don't take time to groom yourself to look good. And then you are pining after him. It's not a bad thing to look out for him or want him, but it's also good that he comes, that eye candy, to see, oh, this is my wife, and oh, she looks beautiful. So she had that testimonial, and I was grateful to God, and I was happy that this happened for her because she truly wanted her husband's attention. But I was like, don't focus attention on him, focus on yourself. And when he sees that you are this person that is happy and you're doing your thing, you are joyful, he will notice that he has something good inside his house. And from there,
would you share with us just one client that you had really, you had a lot of challenges with that person, and how did you manage it?
okay. So sometimes when they come to me, when I do the assessment, I try to look at their temperament. So my temperament will always show in my work, and who I am as a person will always show. So when you have a client that has a certain temperament, they want things done their own way. So even when you're telling them, okay, this is what I've seen in your assessment, these are the things I think you should work on, they're like, oh no, they don't think they should work on this, it's the other person's fault. And then in terms of sessions that we're supposed to have, oh, it must be at this certain time, it must be at this time, forgetting that you are not just their coach, you are not a personal coach for them alone, you also have things to do. So we went back and forth, and it got to a point, like I always like tell myself, I want clients that I enjoy, because it's easy to make your clients your friend than sometimes make your friends your clients, you know? So I want clients that I will enjoy working with. So I tell myself, if you're coming to me, yes, the pay might be good, but you have to be coachable, you have to be teachable, you have to be trainable. So when you are not that three, and I feel, oh, I try as much as possible to, say, okay, the client is king, but there are some things I cannot tolerate when I know that I'm telling you something, you came to me as an expert. If you didn't have those problems and you didn't think I could help you, why come to me in the first place? So we walked through it, and at that point, I had to let her know, you know what? For now, I don't mind refunding your cash, because it's not about the money, it's about you getting it. But I understood where, as at that time, she was coming from. A lot of hurt and a lot of pain. So I was like, you know what? Let's tweak this a bit, give you some time. I can send you back some of whatever is left of the sessions we've had, your money, and that money back went. But right now, she's still my client. She's still my client because she came back later and she was able to explain, oh, truly, I was going through this. I didn't see it this way, but now I see better. So sometimes you have to be patient.
Yeah. And as we bring this interview to a close, Bridget, can you give us maybe 2 final tips for the whole world to enjoy their lives and relationships better?
Okay, please, I will say this. Before you think of helping anybody, help yourself first. Be your own rescue. Invest in yourself. Invest in the goals and the dreams that you have for yourself. Nobody will invest in you if you've not done the work to invest in yourself. And then 2 is gratitude. The person you're complaining about, or the situation you're complaining about, some people are looking for that situation. Some people complain about their children. Oh, they're good for nothing, they're this. Some people are actually looking for children that they can take care of. So be grateful for where you are in life. Be grateful for that spouse. Be grateful for that child. Be grateful for that situation you are in. And the more grateful you are, the more you will see things in a better perspective to help yourself.
Well, listen, I have gotten an earful today, and I hope everybody else who's been listening also have gotten something that they can take away from this interview today that's going to better their lives and relationships, married or not. So we want you to, this is where our producer and our director will also communicate with you. And so if you have your cell phones out, let's get some up-to-date information that maybe you can write down. This is again Bridget Ellison, Elesin.
Yes.
And the business is Team Ellison, TEAM ELESIN.
Yes.
Bridget and Tunde Ellison. So make sure you find them on social media, as she said. And at this point, I think we're going to be wrapping it up. And I think my final piece is that genius is coming, folks. And I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at #BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats. And staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve. I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jackie Dozier, and I'm both your business moderator and your presenter for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I'll be doing a fireside, a keynote today, sharing some things that are very important to my heart as a business owner. Again, I will tell you that my name is Jackie Dozier. I am a nonprofit and for-profit entrepreneur. Oftentimes, I call myself the grant writing alchemist. And if you know anything from history, an alchemist was one. They used to try to put all kinds of ingredients together so that they can make gold and mix them all up, heat them up, put different amounts of materials and ingredients in a big cauldron. And they come up with, they thought they were trying to make gold. Now they found a few things that really worked, like phosphorus and some other minerals. But that's the same thing that I'm going to be talking to you about with grant writing today. I've been in this business for 42 years, and I'm not tired yet. I love what I do. I love helping people make money to fund their missions and to help others that are less fortunate than themselves. Because at one point, I was also an avatar. I was broke, busted, disgusted, separated, single parent, all of those kinds of things too. And so it gives me great pleasure to give back what happened to me. And that was that I went to an organization when I was at my lowest point. And so now I love helping other people do the same thing. My business is Integrity Consulting and Professional Services, LLC. It is registered in Louisiana, and I'm currently living in Georgia. You can find me on lots of the social media pages, Integrity Consulting or Jackie Atkins Dozier. There are 8 Jackie Atkins on Facebook, so I thought I better throw in the middle name so that people would know, differentiate me from anybody else. And so today I'm going to talk to you about grant writing. Everybody hovers over grant writing as though it was some mysterious something going on. And a lot of people have a lot of fear of grant writing. Some of them take it as a challenge. Now with ChatGPT and AI, they think that they're going to be the bomb.com when it comes to grant writing. But there are some things that I can share with you today that's going to help you make a difference in your next grant proposal application. Let me give you a few seconds to go find you a piece of paper, a pen, get your phones out and start recording, because I'm going to give you some tricks of the trade to help you in your business, especially if you're a nonprofit. You need to know about grant writing because there are billions of dollars out there. I don't care who's shutting down programs or what have you. There's still money that's already been appropriated by the Congress, and it cannot be taken back. So, there was an attempt and the money went back. So please get prepared. Just give me 1 second to pull up something. And I'm sorry for this little interruption, but this gives me an opportunity to share about understanding the grant writing process. What is a grant? A grant is an application or proposal. You can use the words interchangeably, where you write to a funder. The funder could be Walmart, Target, a local bank, your local grocery stores. You can write to your city. The city has grants. The state has grants. The federal government has grants. And there's international grants as well. Family foundations will even grant out money that they have earned and maybe invested, and now they want to take those investments and put it to work in their community, helping the less fortunate. I said earlier that I call myself a grant writing alchemist, and I even went so far as to buy myself a little cauldron. I'm not sure if everybody can see it, and the things that I'm going to be putting in there synonymously. We're looking to make some gold. We're going to stir up a pot of ingredients today, and we're looking to make some gold, and that gold is grant funding. So let's get started. I got a whole list of things. When you start writing a grant proposal or application, same difference. People use the words differently. What you're basically doing is you are writing a document that you're going to give to a funder, and that document is almost like a sales pitch. If you want to go somewhere and you want somebody to help you with your funding, like a lot of our children are, and one of the purposes of this organization is to help our Black children who are graduating high school go to college prepared with laptops, and that's specifically what Dr. Kelly wants. Laptops and $5,000. That'll buy a whole lot of books and some room and board and some lunch passes and what have you. So that's the focus of what we're doing here today. But I'm going to help you. I've written several scholarship papers. I have a grandson and a granddaughter and a niece who started college just a short while ago. Two of them are going to HBCU, and which we're very proud of that. And these kids need help. So while I'm talking, I want you to start stirring in your pocketbooks and your cash apps and everything else and start pulling out some money to help our children because it's so needed. Let me get back to what I'm doing. Okay, the grant proposal is competitive, which means that there's more than just you going to write to this foundation to get money. I'll show you my biggest success. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services put out a grant proposal for $750,000, and generally you can almost create any kind of program you want. They give you some guidelines, and I always tell everybody the first thing under number one is understand the competitive nature. You don't write a grant just thinking that you're going to get money just because you wrote it. You got other people you're competing with. And in that particular cycle, there was 1,300 applications. And guess who got number one? Okay, I did. Number one, $750,000, just like that. But I knew what the competition was. The guidelines I already told us all over all over the United States, the 38 contiguous, 52 contiguous, how many? 38. That are all stuck together, and then those that are in the islands, Alaska, Hawaii, the Virgin Islands, and what have you. So it was going to be a big competition. So you have to write like you're competing for something. If you're an athlete, you got to prepare. You got to get your body together. You're eating, you're sleeping, everything else. When you're writing a grant, the best thing I can tell you, the first steps in preparation is do not try to write a grant when there's a lot of noise and busyness all around you. Find your space. I'm sitting in this space right now that's pretty much I'm I'm the only one who shares it. And it's quiet. I got nice plants here. They help me with clean the air. I got lights that I can put on. It's quiet. Everybody else goes back. They're in their bedrooms and it's real nice and quiet. And why do I need peace and quiet when I'm writing grants? Because the creative processes, they work best in very quiet, even sometimes the light don't need to be real bright. So get you a good place to work out of. The funders are going to give you a set of instructions. And I see people all the time, they'll send me, Miss Jackie, I want you to write this grant for me. And I said, okay, did you read it? No, ma'am. Well, how you know you want me to write it? Well, it just looked like it said after school program for kids, but how do you know you can even apply for it? So I insist that you read those instructions very carefully. They will tell you how many words they're looking for, how many pages, what the components and the sections are, what they want in those sections. They'll tell you how to write what they want in the budget. And if you don't read it, even if I wrote it, how do you know that I'm giving you something worth your money? And I'm not cheap. So it's important to read those instructions from day one. And I generally, I'll print them all out. I'll put them put a few staples on them. I'll get me a yellow and a pink marker, and I'll just start writing stuff. And I'll take my blue pen and write in the edges so that I don't forget anything. I don't like overlooking anything because it can cost you. Grants are not just somebody read and say, "Oh, I just love this. This is so good. I think we're gonna go fund this one." No, they're scored on a rubric, usually 1 to 100 points. And everything that you miss, you get points taken off of your grant. And then they put them in a big old pile together. And then they said, okay, this one got a 90, 95, 98, 75, 80, what have you. And they start, they have a pot of money and they use that money. They'll take the top grants first. If I say I want $125,000, they'll give me my 125. The next person may want 90 until all that money is gone. And whoever's at the bottom, and sometimes they'll have a cutoff about 80%, about 80. After anything under 80, you can forget it. It goes into the round file. Y'all know what that one is. So read those, the rules and regulations, I call them rules and guidelines. Familiarize yourself with them. Let me go to the next one. Then you need to look at, this is what a lot of people do not do when they're writing grants. I go to the website. I want to see what they do. Who are the board members, what they like, and you read a little bio on the board members and you can kind of pretty much tell maybe which one of these grants that they may favor. And depending on sometimes on their educational attainment, sometimes it depends on if they have a little blurb in there, something about maybe their children, that might be something appealing. And one of the important things is to remember that grant reviewers are human beings. And they're contracted sometimes as volunteers, and the U.S. government will pay you a stipend to be a grant reviewer. I've been a grant writer and a reviewer. I know what comes up on the paper in advance, and I know what it looks like when it gets scored. So they're people with human emotions. They're volunteers or sometimes paid because their job is to read those documents, and they have a little scoring rubric, and they'll give you so many points for each section that they're scoring. They add them up at the end of it and then put them in the pile. They go who got the highest number first, and on and on and on. And then when the money runs out for that particular grant cycle, it's over. And even if you made a 92, sometimes if you had so many people making between 93 and 100, you still may get left out. So very important to read the guidelines, make notes, research the funders' priorities. They'll have on there, we're only going to fund education, arts and craft, arts and culture, mental health, and food giveaway. And you're going to write one for maybe you want to put people into hotel rooms because they've been displaced with the storms. Unless it's a FEMA and some of that extra money that comes out with the storms. And then they'll have a little section that says, we do not fund religious services, services where people are being discriminated against because of their gender or whatever. So they're going to tell you real quickly, read so you know not to make the mistakes. This is what we did when I was doing the grant reviewer. We started reading the information, and all of a sudden, well, where'd they come up with that? Because the information said, the guidelines said, don't write that. So what do? That program did not fit the instructions and the guidelines, so we put it in the round file. Probably didn't even get past 2 pages of it, and it goes directly there. So very critical that you write there. Researching the funder's priorities. They'll tell you, you don't really have to research it. Read the guidelines. It'll tell you right in the guidelines. Then clarify the goal of your proposal. What do you want to write about? My area of forte is after-school programs. I got trained when the 21st Century Community Learning Center used to be called the Old TANF, kind of morphed out of the Old TANF grant that far back. And it's very important to make sure that you know what those instructions are. Sometimes those pages are 60 for sometimes the state or the federal and international. You may have 60 pages of instructions. You better get you some time, sit down, and then start reading and writing. So be sure that you're clear about your goal. Let's say you're going to do an after-school program. What's going to differentiate your after-school program from somebody else's? Everybody does English language, arts, and math. And they get a recess and they get a little snack and they can go home. Well, what's going to make yours pop? When the reviewers say, oh, wow, they got a mental health component here. They're going to deal with adverse childhood experiences. Some of those things that the kids go through at home that causes them so much trauma that hinders them from learning. Oh, wait a minute. They got financial literacy here for 5-year-olds, and they're partnering with the Bank of America across the street from them, who's going to give them these play coins and fake money. And so they can start learning how to count money very early on. They're looking for something that's different from what the run-of-the-mill is. Okay, include strong documentation and supporting evidence. If I say I want to write the ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, into an after-school program, how am I going to prove that there's a need in my community? Because the other piece, every single grant, you're going to see that need statement or just a need. How am I going to prove it? You better get on that Google. You don't even have to Google anymore. You can just get a piece of paper and tell ChatGPT, find me 3 resources that support starting adverse childhood education support groups or therapy groups in the elementary schools. And boop, 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 boop. You write that little piece out of it. Whatever they say, sometimes you can only use like 2 sentences because the need statement is literally could be about this wide. And then you cite the source. Where did you get it from? Go up to that, what do you call that thing up there? Where they had the header, and you just click on the copy, and wherever it told you wherever it got the information from, click on that header, copy it, take it right down into the need station, a section, paste it. And you have cited your source, and you were able to prove with strong documentation and supporting evidence that there is a need for your particular program in your area. And then here's another one. As I said already, stress-free writing environment. You got to have one, otherwise distractions will throw off your brain. You know, we have neural connectors and things up there. And so they work real good. They're very creative when there's peace and when there's quiet. And sometimes I work late at night in my bed, and the only light that's on is the light from my laptop, what have you. But that's how my creativity kind of functions during that particular time. So, and then another one is write in a clear and professional manner. Sometimes people don't know what that means, and it's okay. What you do is you write the best that you can. And what do we have nowadays to help? AI and ChatGPT. In my day, when we got started, we always looked for the person that had the best, spoke the best, wrote the best, and what have you. Then we'll have them to edit. And now you can just put that, copy and paste your writing into that little block and let AI and ChatGPT or Copilot have them look at it, rewrite it for you. They'll help you with the spelling, with the punctuation, and all those kinds of things like that. So don't just write something and put it on paper and think that it's going to go through when it comes to a grant. I've even seen grants back in the day when they were using the like now, what do we call it, the slang that's in the gosh, I'm missing some of my words, but in the phone, and we say I don't know, IDK, and people were turning in papers with that kind of language in it. It won't fly. So please don't do that. Use good, correct English, and if not, find yourself an app that will help you. Grammarly, I pay $34 a month for Grammarly. Even at my level, I still want to make sure that my information and my punctuation and the words, I like my words to be very clear, understandable. And every once in a while, I like to throw in $1,000 word. I call it my luxury words. But make it clear, understandable. It does not have to be fancy, so over the head that even the reviewers can't understand it. Keep it plain and simple. The next one is ensure ongoing support and communication. Sometimes organizations will have teams. I learned to write in 1988. Yes, I dated myself. 1988 with a group. It was 5 of us at the San Diego Urban League. And we learned to, we shared it. There's some of us would do the budget part, then a couple of us would do the writing part, and then somebody else would do the research. Because in that day, and some of you won't even understand what I'm talking about, we had typewriters, carbon paper. You had 2 pieces of paper together, and you put a carbon paper behind them. We typed on that, and if you made an error, you had to erase it, pull that first sheet off, erase it and everything in the first sheet, and then go back and type it again. And I used to type 125 words a minute, so these fingers were going just like this, and I made a couple of errors every once in a while. But it was a burden to have to do that. Today, you have it so much more easier. So, but you want that information to be clear and professional. And listen to what I'm saying. I'm giving you some cues. If you use ChatGPT or AI, you want your writing to be what? 2 words. Clear and professional. Clear and professional. You can put that in, and they can take anything that you have written and put it in that clear and professional wording. And I was talking about ongoing support and communication as well. Make sure your team connects with each other. Okay, I write the program piece, and then you find my pieces and look, making sure that you can go behind me and make sure that my quoted resources are accurate. All they have to do is just click on that button where your hyperlink is, go in and find out and see if they can find what you said, because that's what funders will do. They want to make sure that you're not just trying to shuck and jive us and just write something in there. You need to be, I want to make sure that if I click on that link, it's going to tell me something about ACEs. It's not going to tell me about how to ride a horse. So be very, very careful that your information is accurate. So that ongoing support and communication amongst the team. I learned to write in a team, and God rest her soul, I flew back to California a couple of weeks ago to videotape and talk to the woman who taught me how to write grants. And she passed away this Thursday. I told her, don't you go anywhere unless I get there, because I need to honor you, because you have kept me alive for 37 years as a grant writer. Yes, you can live well on a writing grants if you know what you're doing and if you properly price your grants. Okay, next one, and I think we're probably just going to get to 10. Understand this, again, the source of funding. There's all kinds of funding. As I said, Target will give you 25, they say to 500 or 250, but generally it's about 25 and 50. Walmart will give you up to 5,000, and you can write 25 a year. But now they start putting it in sections. So if you write the first quarter, you can't write any more that year. So anyway, but Walmart, you can, grocery stores, Albertsons, Kroger's, all of those guys. You can get money from them. Or in kind, they'll give you, if you're doing a Christmas giveaway and you want to have all your little poor kids or underserved, vulnerable children, low to moderate income, hear me what I'm saying, low to moderate income people, you want to give them Christmas baskets, hit the grocery stores. They are good at that. I had one of my clients last year. I think it was $5,600 in from Dollar General. She got uniforms and food and all that kind of stuff. Even went to a local restaurant, all of the cornbread dressing for her. Oh, my time is running out. Let me just give you one more. And understand, again, the source of funding. You cannot be a brand new organization and think that you're going to get federal grant money, even if you had a fiscal agent, because they're going to look at you only been registered 6 months. Do you know what you're doing yet? And you're asking us for $250,000, $500,000. They're going to look at you and say, oh, no, she missed it somewhere along the line. So recognize the source of funding. Start low. Start doing your community, all the resources in your community. People will give to if you're a 501c3. It's one thing to register, and then you have to file, you register with the state, and then you have to file another registration, your tax exemption 501c3 with the IRS. You have to have both of them so that you can get money from people for free, keep your receipts, make sure you put it on your budget the next year. And so recognizing that funding and think, I get people all the time, have not even started a nonprofit. And they say, well, Miss Jackie, my friend got $50,000 for, so I say, won't be you. I'm not going to let you go to jail for that. And truth of the matter is, I've been to court 2 times in 2024 and 1 time in 2023 with my clients for misappropriating funds. It's not the best thing to do. And they did it out of ignorance, but I keep saying, why should you be ignorant when you have Jackie Dozier? I'm the grant writing alchemist. I can put words and things together and turn it into this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But the real stuff, not this other stuff. Okay, so I got just one more I want to share. I wanted to give you 10, and then know the funder's purpose again. Make sure you go on their website. You read that set of instructions. If you don't understand it, you call somebody or get somebody to do it for you. We had a speaker on that was saying how when people are in need, they don't like to invest in their own recovery. They don't want to invest in finding, if I'm sick and I need to go to a doctor, I'm not going to stay home and let somebody put a Band-Aid on me. You know, I'm going to find me a doctor. And if I have to pay for it to get well, that's what I'm going to do. So if you're looking for good grant writers, I have vetted grant writers. I have found the worst kind of people perpetrating as grant writers. And I've had clients that pay me to do it. I've chased that person all over LinkedIn, Facebook, the city where the business was supposed to have been registered. It wasn't not even registered. And the piece of paper, I said, if you give me a piece of paper and say, this is a grant, I'll read this much of it and I'll tell you whether or not you know what you're doing. Because your level shows up in probably the first paragraph. So I've had people to pay me to do it, to vet their grant writers, and too many fake, phony people are out there today. Is too scary, which is one of the reasons why I'm taking my grant writing training to another level. Make it easier on people and also be able to provide them with the all the little apps and what have you that help you, like that AI and ChatGPT is going to be your best friend when it comes to grant writing. Don't think you can write one strictly off of AI or ChatGPT. I was trying to get recruit some grant writers, and a young man sent me a piece of paper. I read the first. I said, "This is ChatGPT." Oh no, mom, no. I said, listen, don't lie to me. That's ChatGPT. You can't fool me. I've been doing this for 42 years. 37 years. I've been in the nonprofit industry for 42 years, a grant writer for 37. You can't fool me about nothing about nonprofits. That's why, and in my conclusion, that's why I tell everybody, if you look at my email, it says Jackie Dozier, Chief Problem Solver. For 37 years, there has not been a problem with nonprofits that I have not been able to fix or solve, including getting the largest nonprofit in the United States at that time off of the congressional hit list for misappropriating $25 million over 7 years. So that's my presentation for you guys today. You can find me, Jackie Dozier or Jackie Atkins Dozier. I'm on all of the basic basic social media: Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. Let me see what else is out there. But anyway, you can find me Jackie Atkins Dozier, Jackie Dozier, and look at my face. And I'm usually gonna have red hair, so you can find me. And on my my business page is Integrity Consulting and Professional Services LLC, and I just got the Better Business Bureau accreditation. You'll see a banner up there, blue and white, BBB. You know, they do a pretty good and exhaustive review and background check on you, what have you. And so 19 years, and I now have the BBB accreditation. So if you can't remember me, if you go Jackie, there's 8 Jackie Doziers on Facebook. So look for Jackie Atkins Dozier. Remember my face. I'm probably going to have on glasses and red hair. So please look me up. I'll be more than happy to help you. And then I have done, millions of dollars in grant funding for people. I have clients in 20 different states across the United States. I don't work with all of them at one time. And so, but I have clients in 20 different states, and my average is 80 to 100%. You know, it's almost like, water rolling off my back. If I don't get one, I get an attitude because I know I put my best in everything that I do. So thank you all for listening to me. If you need more information, stay tuned at Integrity Consulting and Professional Services, LLC. And you're going to be seeing some ways to get some real serious prizes when it comes to the grant writing field. So thank you for listening to me, and I'll do you good if you need help. So.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those 4 corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours, and while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combine both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama.
Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to show
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Greetings, good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Samari Preston, and I am your Black Business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we will be speaking with Brandy Hubbard.
She is an executive marketing director for American Classic Agency, as well as the president and founder of B Hub Insurance Club. Her dedication to helping families and small businesses has earned her accolades, including ACA's six-figure income ring. She is a 2 times Amazon best-selling co-author, and she is an all-around educational movement. So please help me introduce and welcome Miss Brandy Hubbard. Thank you. How are you doing today? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Okay, there we go. It wasn't a mute.
There we go.
I was like, no, not no technical difficulties.
No, not that today.
I know, right? Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm so happy to be here.
Of course. Thank you for being here, taking time to share a little bit about you with this community. So let's start off. Can you start off by telling us what is the foundation in getting our financial house in order?
Well, that's a really great question. And, many people, when they think of life insurance, right, they only think of it as being a death benefit. They don't realize that's actually the foundation to getting your financial house in order. And one of the reasons I say that is because, unfortunately, especially in the Black community, right? We've only been taught, get enough coverage to bury yourself. We were never taught about the benefits, like the tax benefits of life insurance. We were never taught about how we're really supposed to utilize it to protect our income and how very important it is to protect that income.
You are absolutely right. Absolutely right.
And just how do you say your name again?
Samari.
Samari. I like to call people by their right name, Samari. That's so pretty. And and just to add to that, Samari, a lot of people don't really understand just how much life insurance they really need. And that's something that you really have to that's why we like to really educate people on that, because even if you only, let's say you only earned 30,000 a year, right? Let's say the average person should have a minimum of 10 times their yearly income. So a lot of the families that I sit down with, they have 20,000, they have 30,000, and they don't understand the consequences behind that. So can you imagine if let's say you're a family and you're married, right? And your husband, he makes that 30,000 a year, but he doesn't come home tomorrow. You're missing that 30,000. So when you start factoring in the children, let's say that youngest child was like 5. You were expecting that income to come in at least until that child was 18.
Yeah.
So now we're factoring in multiplying that 30,000 times 13. And that's the minimum you should have. And that's when but even if you don't have children, if somebody's relying on that income, and we'll probably get into that later in our conversation.
Yeah.
I kind of really wanted to bring that to people's attention.
So let me ask you this, especially after all of the numbers you just threw out, and we know you hit on a couple of facts. How difficult our community struggles with this conversation, or wrapping our heads around the value and the importance of insurance, right? Excuse me. But you also, from that, can you give our listeners some suggestions? Because I'm also hearing that this is a conversation you have on the daily. So what are some of these entry points where our listeners, our viewers, what's some advice of entry points you can give to them on how to educate our families, how to start this much needed conversation with our loved ones or the people that we care about so that we're not having these conversations too late?
That's really a good question because that's when people usually have it, when it's too late, right? And that's when what comes out? The GoFundMe's, right? The GoFundMe's, the fish fries, the car washes. You've already suffered an emotional devastation. The last thing you need to worry about is a financial devastation. None of us wants to talk about that, right? We don't ever want to really think about ever losing a loved one. And I think that's the problem. Nobody wants to talk about it. But it's so important to have these conversations. I mean, just recently this year, I've lost so many family members and so many friends. And unfortunately, probably 80% of them didn't have their stuff in order, right? So to start that conversation, what I'm encouraging people to do is like sometimes you just have to have a family meeting, right? Look, we're going to have a family meeting. We're going to discuss, important things like financial financial security and the things we need to have in place, whether it's a will, a trust, conversations about what you want, to happen if something should happen to you. Because no, regardless of how old you are, you could leave out here tomorrow and not come back home.
Yeah.
Right. And so, you have to talk to your parents, talk to talk to them. Just say, listen, I know this may not be a conversation you want to have, but we absolutely need to have it. Because look, I just had this conversation again with my mother. I said, I don't want anything to happen to you. I don't want you to go anywhere. But you're getting up in age, and I don't want to feel overwhelmed
Or
if something
unprepared.
happens to you,
Yeah.
and I don't know where anything is, what you want, and then I'm all stressed out. So you can approach it in a way with your family and say, listen, we need to pull the family together, right? Let's talk about some things. Let's make sure we have our financial house in order so that when things happen, the stress is not as bad as it really could be.
Yes. Yes. All right. So, how do you know exactly how much life insurance you need? What would you say to our
Right.
viewers?
So I gave you like sort of a average type of, what you may need at the minimum, right? So the minimum would be whatever your income is, what you really should have is 10 times that. Okay. And that's on the minimum without having a conversation with someone like myself. But to really understand how much you need, you really should sit down with, a person like myself who can kind of go through what your assets are. Do you have children? Are you married? Are you a homeowner? Do you own a business? Right? Do you have a succession plan in place for that business? Do you expect for that business to go on even if something were to happen to you and you were no longer here? Those are the type of things that you want to factor in. Who do you owe? And more importantly, who do you love? Because at the end of the day, it's not even just about making sure that you have that income protected, but do you want to leave a legacy for your family? So that's how you kind of figure out, and having those conversations with a financial professional.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for clearing that up for everyone. So, let's clear this up. Why is it so important to have life insurance outside of your job?
That's a good question, too. Because people are under the misconception that I'm good, right? I have it through my job. Well, here's the problem with that. What if you leave that job and now you're in between jobs? You no longer have that coverage, right? Or what if you get fired, unfortunately, right? That's happening a lot, in our economic climate that we're in, to say it in a nice way. The administration we're under, right? it's a lot going on. So, I always tell people that that's a benefit that your job offers. Any benefit that your job offers, they can take that away. That's number one. It does, it could one day they could just say, oh, we're no longer offering these benefits, right? But more importantly than that, what if you're on your job and you become ill? And now you actually have to take time off from work, right? So a lot of people don't think about that. If you no longer have what they call PTO, which is paid time off, now you have to say, well, I'm going to go on leave without pay. And if you're on leave without pay, there's no paycheck to take that monthly, benefit premium out for. So I want people to understand how important it is when it comes down to protecting your family. That's something that you should make a priority in the event that the company employer life insurance is not there, right? You want to be the one to make sure that if anything happened, your family is going to be good. So I always tell people, and then what if you leave that job, you lose your coverage, now your health is not the same, you're older, the cost of insurance is going to be more, and you might be in a situation where you can't even medically qualify anymore. So those are just some things, that we need to think about when it comes to protecting our family and making sure that if we walk out of here tomorrow, uh, we're going to still be okay, right? So I'm trying to think of anything else I can share when it comes to that. A lot of times too, when you, not just life insurance, right? When you have health insurance, if you have to take that paid time off and they can't take the funds, out of a check because you don't have a check right now, now it goes into a part where you may have to get Cobra. And Cobra is very, very expensive. Now, the health insurance part, really, that's something that's different, but you definitely want to make sure that you have something outside of your job. And I think I lost Samari. Now I can keep going. Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, I'm back.
I don't know what happened, but that's okay.
I did hear everything that you said, and I think that it also falls in line when it comes to not being all the way prepared and waiting until the end. Why is it that many people only consider life insurance a death benefit? And just like you touched on earlier, we're not really aware of the slew, the domino effect of how one benefit, one activation, one yes for insurance says yes to a lot of other things for your family. And can you touch on some more of those benefits that life insurance actually does have and can bring your family at that time over, other than just funeral arrangements?
Right. Good question, Samari. Yes, so back in the day, many years ago, that's basically what it was. It was a death benefit. And that's why, too, a lot of people were like, well, it's not going to benefit me. It's just going to benefit my family if something happens to me. And unfortunately, some people still have that mindset, right? Just throw me in a box, put me in a wooden box. We need to think differently, guys, right? We absolutely need to think differently. And so a lot of people are not aware of the fact that life insurance has changed so much. So we actually like to call it life insurance you don't have to die to use, right? So it has what's called living benefits. And what I mean by that with the living benefits is, let's say, God forbid, the doctor diagnosed you with a terminal illness. If you were diagnosed where you only had 2 years or less to live, you would be able to access a portion of your death benefit while you are still living. Now, you know, terminal illness, that's like really the extreme, right? But knowing that you have that in place, that I can get my hands on the funds before I pass away. Some people take those funds and they'll say, well, you know what? I want to try an experimental, drug that might keep me alive. I don't know, or I just want to get the funds so that I could utilize them and help my children or whoever it is, you want to help while you're still living. So that's one aspect. But then we have what we call critical illness, a critical illness rider, where God forbid if you had a heart attack, a stroke, you were diagnosed with cancer, your kidneys fail, you were diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease. And it's like a whole list of items where if any of these things happen to you, you would be able to get a portion of your death benefit. Now, we're not talking about cash value. We're literally talking about getting a portion of your death benefit early while you're still living. And then we also have a chronic rider piece, a chronic illness rider, which is really awesome because, it kind of works similar to how a long-term care plan would work. Long-term care could be quite expensive. So they came up with this chronic illness rider where if you can't perform 2 out of your 6 daily living functions, it kicks in again, right? So if you can't bathe yourself, dress yourself, eat, get on and off the toilet, transfer from one room, to another without utilizing a walker or a wheelchair, you would be able to access your death benefit while you're still living. And then if you had any issues with dementia or Alzheimer's, we have a critical injury, like if you injured yourself. So there's so many different benefits that come along with your program. So for those who are single and like, I don't really have any children or anyone to leave it to, you really care about yourself, right? So these benefits can help you personally, while you're living, and that's very important.
Beautiful. So, can you also let us know how we are actually supposed to know? Because you touched on it also a little bit. Well, how do we know if we just need a will or if you should get a trust?
It's really a good question too. And it's so important to look into getting either. Some people feel like I don't really own a lot, so why do I need a will? Or why do I need a trust, right? Let me tell you, I've seen families fight over pots and pans. You know what I'm saying? Mama said she was gonna leave me the sofa. Mama said she was gonna leave me the 80-inch TV. They fight over things. So having that will in place where it just spells everything out. I don't care if you own 2 pots and a pan, right? To just keep the stress down and the peace is really important, especially when you have, several children, right? It just really helps. And it just kind of maps out everything that you want. I've seen them fight over what color dress the person wanted to be in. I mean, it can get really ugly. So, look, that's why having these conversations with your parents, with your loved ones is so important, down to what do you want to wear? What song do you want played? Who do you want me to invite? You know what I'm saying? All of that matters. So, if you don't really own like a business or you don't really own real estate or property, or stocks or anything like that. And maybe you're just looking at like a lot of your personal belongings. Maybe you have an heirloom ring, something like that. You might, a will might be sufficient for you. But once you start, like if you own a home, if you own properties, especially if you own properties in other states, if you have stocks and bonds and, a lot of assets, then a trust might be a better fit for you. So being able to sit down with that person and kind of going through what they have, we'll be able to determine, which one is better for them.
Beautiful. Thank you for clarifying that for our community. So, properly preparing for retirement is another part of keeping your financial house in order. How soon should you start thinking about retirement? And what are some excellent retirement options?
Is really good, right? Because we're in a retirement crisis. This is where I'm really gonna, like, say, I mean, even with life insurance, I'm so tired of seeing the GoFundMe's and, people not having emergency funds in place. Like, having a disability is one of the main reasons people either become homeless, they lose their home, or they lose everything they have, not having things in place that's going to help them. And retirement is close to my heart too, because I've sat down with so many families after working 40 years of their life. Half of them don't even have $25,000 in the bank. And many of them don't have anything left in their 401k. And it's really, really sad. It's heartbreaking. The average person has maybe $50,000 to $60,000 in their 401k by the time they're ready to retire. You can't retire off of $50,000. And unfortunately, the time when you really should be thinking about retirement, when you're your age, Samari, right? When your first job, if they have 401k, and a lot of people say, well, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I can't afford to put in my 401k. Let me tell you, you won't miss it. The main people that tell me they can't afford to put in their 401k, they got the newest bag, their hair is done, okay? They got, designer clothes on. They going out every week to the crab house buying crabs. Come on, y'all. Let's get our priorities straight. My dad used to tell me all the time, I don't care if you make $20 a week. We're going to put $5 away. Okay? And people are not doing that. And a lot of times when they even start their 401k, unfortunately, many of them are taking the funds out. They'll take it out on a hardship, or, they'll take it out to buy a house, or, for whatever reason, and they never put the money back.
Yeah.
So that's a major problem. And that's why you see so many people who are like 70, 75, 80 years old, still working. And a lot of people say, well, they're doing it because they're bored. No, no, they're not just doing it because they're bored. They're doing it because they have to. There's a difference between working because you want to and working because you absolutely have to.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking passionately about this because there's too many people in our community. I know so many of them right now. I just spoke to a lady a week ago who's 67 and should really be retired. And when I asked her the question, well, how much longer does she plan on working? She got really sad and I felt bad. And I said, well, I'm just trying to help you, figure out how many more years you're going to work so we can kind of come up with a plan for you. But she got really sad for a moment and she said, Brandy, I think I'm going to have to work until the day I die. I definitely see myself working until I'm like 85, almost another 20 years, before I can retire. So let me tell you, if you don't do anything else, if you don't remember anything else I said today, right? We're going to make sure that we protect that income, our family straight, and we're going to look into options where we could start saving for our future, right? We want to change the trajectory of our family tree, and sometimes you got to be the one to do that.
Yeah. Well, I agree. You definitely, if you're listening to this today and you don't have insurance, I'm confused how you could walk away from this conversation not having insurance, because Miss Brandy over here is hitting all of the bullet points. She's checking them off twice because she is a 2 times Amazon bestseller. I'm sorry. And before can you share a little bit about that, because we tapped into the insurance, we had the list of questions, but I feel like I read your bio, I received your bio, you are filled with a slew of accomplishments, community work. So please, can you just share with the community some more about you, who you are, the B Hub Insurance Club, how you started it, and just give us a little bit more about you, please.
Yeah, and before I move on to that, I did forget the tail end of that other question when you said what are some of the options for the retirement. So let me just touch on that, and then I'll move on to that next question. But there's so many different ways that you can save for your future. A lot of people are feeling a little scared because of this economy, but we do have some awesome products. A lot of people have never really heard much about what they call equity index products. And what I want to tell you about that is they do have what they call equity index annuities, right, for your retirement, but they also have equity index universal life products, right, where we're showing people how they can actually use a universal life product to overfund it and create a tax-free retirement. That's probably something that maybe in the future I'll just do like a whole presentation on how you can prepare and have a tax-free retirement. Because when you talk about 401k or your 403b, you have the TSP for the federal government, whatever that tax code is for your retirement, you're actually saving that money tax deferred. So what that means is, yeah, you're saving up that money. And a lot of times people are sticker shocked when they go to pull that money out at retirement, because at the moment that you take that money out, that's when your taxes are due, right? So you think you have 500,000, but you walk away with 300, right? So it's important to learn other strategies where you can also be building something that's going to be tax-free. I love those words, right? Tax-free. Who doesn't? So with equity index products, they allow you to get the benefit of stock market gains without ever losing. So that's definitely a conversation when you want to have. How do you get stock market gains without ever losing? That's a good question, right? So because they have what they call participation rates, I'm going to keep it real simple. Let's say the stock market was at 10%. But because you're a part of this product where you're going to be able to get stock market gains without ever losing, the company has to make money somewhere. So instead of you getting 10%, you would get 8.5%. So even though that's a little bit less than what the market actually did, it's still a whole lot more than what a fixed product would give you. Because most fixed products is 2 or 3%, right? Now, the beauty of that is if the market crashes, your money stays the same. And that's what's called a 0% floor. Okay. So I'm going to get the benefit of stock market gains without ever losing. If the stock market crashes, my money stays the same. So I don't gain anything, but I don't lose anything either. So what we found is over a course of 10 years or, X amount of years, that some of these equity index products have outperformed products where people were putting them in the market, because you can get 10% in the market this year, but then next year is -15, right? It's kind of like a roller coaster, right? So for those who want safer options, we have options that are available such as that. And then we also have what's called a multi-year guaranteed annuity. And what that means is, let's say I want to put my money in a safe fixed product, but I want it guaranteed for the whole time. Because when you get a fixed product, it could be 2% this year, make 3% next year, 1%, like it can vary. But with a multi-year guaranteed annuity product, whatever you get going in, let's say it's 5.5%, you're going to get that 5.5% every year for the entire time of your program. So there's some really great options out there. Some people may have left their money in a 401k or at their last job because they really didn't know what to do with it. That's where I would come in. I can help you move that money where you don't have any penalties because you're moving it into another type of retirement product. But I did want to touch on those because those are products that a lot of people are not aware of.
Yeah, definitely. I was taking notes over here. I was like, no, hold on. I got to remember these words because it was, the terminology goes over our heads sometimes, but it's specific words. If I say equity index products.
Get it, girl.
I took notes. All right. So, but back to really quickly, please just share with the community a little bit more about you, how you started B-Hub, why you started, and what kind of community work you do.
Exactly. So, years ago, because I've been actually doing this 25 years now, and I know I only look 26, but we got to have fun, right? We got to have fun while we're doing this.
Yes.
But I started 25 years ago, and originally, at one point in my life, I thought, well, I wanted to be an attorney. So I started working at some very prestigious law firms, and I was gonna, I started as a legal secretary, then I moved to a legal assistant, and then my next goal was to be an attorney. And being born and raised in New York City, right? And then I actually spent some time in it, like 10 years in the DC area as well. Girl, when I tell you they don't be playing at some of those large firms, they got showers there. They got sofa beds, like they expect you to live there. And at the time I was a single mom, and I didn't want anybody else raising my daughter. I wanted to have that quality time with my daughter. And I was like, you know what? This ain't happening. This is not it. This is not the American dream. It has to be a better way. So a lot of my friends was like, "Oh, Brandy, you have such a great personality, and I love people, and I always been that type of person. I love helping people." And so they were like, "You should, check into maybe being an entrepreneur." And I was like, that sounds good to me because I'm tired of clocking in. And that's when I was like, you know what? I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do, but I happened to run into a gentleman who ended up being my mentor, I'm still working with him today, 25 years later, right? And I was introduced to the financial services industry, and I loved it because I was like, there's so many things, there's so many businesses that you can do in this world. But when I was saying, when I can make a difference like that, when I can help people become financially healthy, when someone loses a loved one, who's the first person they call? They looking for? Do they look? Don't nobody want to. They don't want to talk about life insurance. They say they don't want to buy life insurance, but when somebody passed away, did they have a policy?
Yep.
Let's keep it real, right? So I just wanted to do something like that. So back then when I started too, Samari, it was a predominantly Caucasian male industry. So it was tough. And it wasn't many women in the industry at all. It wasn't even many African American males in the industry. But I said I'm up for the challenge. So, I got started. I love it. I love going out to the community. And it's to me, it's not really about sales. It's about educating people on how they can make their life better. Because at the end of the day, my goal and what I do is I want to sit down with you and your family, see the big picture. Even if you have something in place, you may need something additional. I can fill the gaps. I can even let you know sometimes you may have all you need. And I'm going to let you know that because my job is to help you, not hurt you. And so I don't look at it as a sales position at all. I look at it as an educational position. And if you decide that you want to move forward and work with me, I'm down, right? I'm not going to twist your arm. I'm not going to blow your phone up 500 times. Because, I feel like if you want to work with me, you're going to be there, when I call. So I love going out doing workshops. We do a lot of free workshops. Sometimes we go into businesses and we talk to their employees, about the things we talked about today. Um, I'm a part of what Black Brand, which is the Black Chamber of Commerce for the Hampton Roads, Virginia area. I'm going to try to get the owner, um, a young black uh, a young black lady who owns that company, to come on the Black Business Network. They do like a large conference for all Black business owners once a year. It's called Black Diamond Weekend. It's amazing. Last year we had Jennifer Lewis. You are familiar with her, the actress from what was that show? Blackish. She played the mother, Jennifer
Okay.
Lewis.
Okay.
Yeah, she's pretty well known. And we have different speakers that come, but it's an amazing event. You feel like you're on Black Wall Street. That's our goal here. And we have a program called Women Who Lead, where we mentor minority women of color. So that's
Okay.
what I do also in the community. And as a result of being in that community, I met a wonderful young lady by the name of Dr. Karen Hills Pruden. We're actually going to have her on the network on Wednesday, and she's going to talk about her organization, which is called Sister Leaders. But I'm saying all that to say by meeting her, she's an amazing woman. She has a C-suite position over at Norfolk State University, which is
Mm-hmm.
the HBCU, and
Okay.
I'm looking forward to having her on the show because she has an amazing conference that's coming up as well. But by meeting her, I had the pleasure of working with her to do those anthologies, and she's had so much experience with them. She is a 30-time best-selling author.
Whoa.
And I think it's actually more than 30, but
Wow.
but see, when you want to expand, right,
Yes.
and grow your network,
Yeah.
you have to be in the room, right, with
Yeah.
people who have paved the path and
Yeah.
follow in their footsteps. So thanks to her amazing leadership and being invited to the table, I was able to be one of the authors on two of her books so far, with the third one about to come out. So the first two actually hit best-selling author. So I'm
Wow.
super excited. Look, we're on a movement.
I'm gonna have to connect with you for that link in because I am an author and still an inspiring best-time seller author. So let's get
Awesome.
okay.
Awesome.
I love that. So, Miss Brandy, it has been an absolute pleasure speaking with you today. How can we connect with you about the work that you're doing in your community? How can we stay in contact with you? Please tell us.
Absolutely. And guess what? Brandy Hubbard is looking for agents across the US, part-time, full-time, we need the help. If you want to join this educational movement, hit me up, right? You can reach me at 443-864-7337, I didn't even really talk about the product that we have that helps people to get out of debt in 30 years. I mean, if they have a 30-year mortgage, student loans, credit card debt, car loan, we could show you how to get out of debt in 9 years or less. We're showing people how to pay off a 30-year mortgage in 6, 7 years. People are sitting across the table in tears. So if you want to learn more about that, just reach out to me. Once again, it's Brandy Hubbard, 443-864-7337. Or you can reach me at my email, my name as well, Brandy with the middle initial A. So Brandy A. Hubbard at gmail.com, or go to my website at BHub. That's B as for Brandy, right? And then Hub, HUBB. Um, let me go back. www.bhub.info. It's been a pleasure being here with you all tonight. I'm super excited and I'm looking forward to maybe having the opportunity to come back. And thank you. You're so amazing. Thank you for heading this up for me, Samari.
Of course. Well, you actually did mention a product just now. You do have the floor to speak on that product. I wanted to give you a chance if you would like.
Um, I was basically talking about, you mean the product where I was mentioning it can help you get out of debt.
You said people were sitting across from you in tears. Like,
Yes.
please share with the community.
So let me give you one example. And since this is a Black Business Network and people on here have businesses, right? I work with people that are in the United States. And so we had this owner who owned a construction company. So when you look at all the equipment, the building, and everything that he was pretty much I want to say 2.3 million in debt, and it was going to take him 29 years, basically 30 years to get out of debt. He was 55 years old. So he's sitting there saying, I'm not going to be out of debt till I'm 85. You know, where am I going to go at 85? Am I going to go sit out on the beach? But when we shared with him how our program could help him, he was like, I'm all ears. So, you know, I got on there with him. I showed him our program, how it worked. And instead of it taking almost 30 years to get out of debt, we showed him how to get out of debt in 6 years. And he was like,
wow,
this is unheard of. Like,
wow,
how can you do this?
Wow.
So we're showing people how to truly use other people's money. And when you build up a cash value life insurance policy, there are strategies that you can utilize for those products that help you to get out of debt. So not only do you have a death benefit that's going to help protect your income, you have the cash accumulation there that's going to help you pay off all those debts. And because when you take those funds out as a loan, now I'm about to drop some big game, right?
Drop
Look,
it.
look a big gem right now.
Drop it.
This is what people don't understand. When you have a cash value life insurance policy, Samari, when you take out a loan, let's say you had 20 grand in your policy and you wanted to take out 15 grand of it. Well, when you call the company, you know, you just call and say, I want the money. They don't put you through a whole bunch of red tape. When they send you that money, it's not coming from your policy. That loan is literally coming from the insurance company itself. Your money that you have in your policy stays there and continues to gain interest. That's a mic drop moment, because where can you go? Where can you go? Take a loan out,
and your money stays there.
but your money stays there and still growing.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of strategies that people are just not aware of, that they just don't know they exist.
Yeah.
But that's why we here, girl, right? To educate and let people know there are ways where you can build wealth.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Excuse me. I appreciate it for real. Well, I hope everybody was taking notes. I know I was, because this was probably one of the most comfortable, well-rounded insurance conversations I've ever had. And again, one more time for anybody who missed it, please can you tell us your website? I know you dropped your phone number, but how can we stay in contact with you and get in touch with you?
Absolutely. So I can be reached at BHub, right? So, and look, that's what everybody's catching on to that, right? They're like, hey, BHub. No, but it's okay. But it's bhub.info. Okay, so that's the website, bhub.info. My email is brandyahubbard@gmail. And then they can also reach me by cell 443-864-7337. And I really want to emphasize point that, my company is looking for the agents. If they would like to learn more about that, we can set up a Zoom call, part-time, full-time. We have some part-time agents with us that are making more with us part-time than they're making on their full-time jobs.
All right.
And so it is a way where you can get out in the community and help, educate so that we can make a difference, right?
Yeah.
And we can create this generational wealth, and instead of leaving debt
Yes, ma'am.
for our family, right?
Yeah, definitely. So again, thank you very much, Ms. Hubbard, for coming. Thank you for sharing your expertise on the Black Business Network. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Samari.
Thank you. Talk to you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their business.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.